3, 2, 1.
All right, I now call to order the open session of the Snowline Unified School District Board of Trustees. Reporting out from closed session with a motion from Clerk Flores, second by Nathan Bristol. The Snowline Unified School District Board of Trustees took action to employ Denise Gleason as the Director of Purchasing, Warehouse, Reprographics, effective October 1st, 2022. The roll call vote was as follows. President Hernandez, aye. Clerk Flores, aye. Member Behringer, aye. Member Bristol, aye. Member Klum, aye. Welcome.
I sure do. First of all, welcome both to Denise and her husband here. Love having you here. We talk a lot about the Snowline family. We really believe in that. So it's great to see this family here joining us, she comes to us, and that family comes to us by way of Riverside, but also Victor Elementary School District with just a wealth of expertise. You all probably know up here, Karen Stevens, who's just beloved up here as a director. Is who she will be replacing. And in fact, they work very closely together. And I think that speaks highly of Denise because we know Karen did super work and Denise just has a high level of expertise that she's going to bring not just to those departments, but across the district. So we are thrilled to have her here. Welcome aboard and just so excited that she and her husband are here tonight to hear that readout right now. So thanks for letting me share that news. And again, welcome.
Welcome. And in closed session and upon a motion by Nathan Bristol with a second by Clerk Flores, the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees took action to employ Danielle Salazar as the Assistant Principal of Vista Verde Elementary School effective September 19th, 2022. The roll call vote was as follows. President Hernandez, aye. Clerk Flores, aye. Member Behringer, aye. Member Bristol, aye. Member Klum, aye. Congratulations. And I guess I do have just a word to say as my daughter's favorite first grade teacher. She is going to miss your instruction because of your ability to connect with kids and your ability to instruct so well. It's going to be hard on her and us because we've connected with you as well. But that greatness needs to elevate, and we hope that you share goes to everybody else, and we just lift everybody else up. So congratulations.
Yeah. Yeah, that is so very well said. And I'll remind you, everyone said aye, including him. So that was very well.
I wanted to say
said.
no. I wanted to say no.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, your words were outstanding. I think I would echo each and every one, maybe amplify them just a bit because Danielle is very well respected at Vista Verde Elementary School. She's well respected by her colleagues as teachers, as well as administration and all of that community. And that means parents and so forth. And you know that very well. You live that. And so we're thrilled to have her in her very first administrative position. We at this table have all had our very first administrative position. She's going to be doing it at Vista Verde Elementary School. And she's going to do it under the wonderful tutelage of Debbie Barber, the principal out there, and really that entire community. Because what I do know of that community, I have the good fortune of being out there for 3 wonderful years, is they're going to wrap their arms around her energy, that capacity to build relationships. She's a relationship builder, and we all know that when we build effective relationships, success occurs at higher levels than they would have otherwise. So welcome aboard, Danielle, to your whole family too. It's great to meet them and have them here and have them again be part of the Snowline family in a new way, and that's the husband and daughter of an administrator, the assistant principal at Vista Verde Elementary School.
Very good. And I know Josie's watching, so it'll be okay, love. We'll get you in a good spot there. And with that, if you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And that will take us to our site presentation tonight. We've been doing the School on Spotlight, and we've had the student presentations. We're kind of combining those into an evolution of all of this. So hopefully we have a great experience welcoming our school tonight. And I'll turn that over to Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you, President Hernandez. Today we lead off our student presentations for the 2022-23 school year with Serrano High School. Very excited to be working closely with Serrano. Had a chance to be with the administrative team and counselors yesterday doing some A through G work. Very impressed with the team over there. They've got just a strong crackerjack administrative team now. So wanted to invite Lisa to lead us off this year to talk about the beginning of the school year for Serrano and spotlight some of the special things happening over there.
Okay. Hello. I'm sorry, I don't have students with me. Kaylee's here.
Yeah, you do have a student.
So I may be referring to her a couple times just to kind of get a feeling of what from the student perspective. But so I'll talk about our 3 board goals that we're doing. Goal 1 is our PLC work and student learning. We recognize that is a work in progress right now. On the CASP for this last year, our juniors and seniors for our ELA, our English language results were 55% of our students were proficient or above. And so the PLC work that is done within our ELA has always been very strong. It's the same leadership that has always been in for our English department. They set right when we brought our PLCs, our professional learning community, to Snowline, the head or the TLOs, which is our teacher learning leaders, are the ones that led that group. They came up with common formative assessments for writing rubrics. And so it reflects in how our students did in their CAST results. Our math and our science, we have new leadership within those roles, and so we are going to be working with them to train them. It's been great. It's been there's an energy this year, I would say, with our teachers that they want success, and so we've been meeting with them and trying to start kind of looking at some of the areas where we can improve. This year, our math department is going to be, they're going to be taking the STAR. The students are taking the STAR test to kind of coordinate to see where they're lacking. The students are lacking in some of their in their math skills, and so that has been something that we're working on. For our goal 2, our PBS and social emotional learning, and our safety on campus. Right now it's kind of cool. This is the first year we have done a student store for Diamond Bucks. Students are going into their classes and asking for Diamond Bucks. And for those of you who don't know what Diamond Bucks are, it's the money for Serrano. It's how students are caught doing the right things. They get money, Diamond Bucks, and then they can spend it on student store. We have about 7 earpods. And so we had a kid who saved up 250 Diamond Bucks, and when we opened the student store, bought the earpods, and we actually had a line. We took a kind of a poll, I guess you could say, in our classes to find out what are some of the things that the students would like to see in the student store, and so we had a list of it, and we purchased those. A lot of us, like our staff, kind of donated some things, but other people had donated things, and then obviously we bought some things for them, and so that was really cool to see. We were kind of wondering, it's the first time we've done it at Serrano, and we wanted to see if, I don't know what you think about that, but we actually had a line, and it was busy the whole time, and so we'll have our second one on Thursday. Kaylee, do you want to say something about that, what you see? Or
I had written that down as well on this paper, but I was going to talk about like the Diamond Bucks. It helps out a lot of students because it helps with the PBIS too, because we do the Diamond Buck raffles on Fridays as well, and we pull out 5-ish students, and ASB goes around and delivers them gifts, and if they won in the raffle, then we go to each classroom of the student who won, and then they could pick anything off the cart, which if we keep doing like the Diamond Buck store or like the Diamond Buck raffles, then more kids would want to do better and want to keep doing it. So I think it's a really good thing that's been starting.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. And the feedback we've received, and I think it's putting pressure on our teachers to actually have a classroom incentive to use Diamond Bucks. And so yeah, so it's been great to see that. And then, then we have Student of the Week that we started. This will be our 4th bout of Student of the Week that we started right away, and it's our teachers nominate the students, and then we choose one from each grade level, and then they, Mrs. Antol, and I don't know if you guys are doing it in ASB, are going around and taking pictures of them with their little gift bag that they get, and we're posting that all over. So that's another positive thing that we're doing. We're starting our social emotional lessons in WIN. They've been doing it because of our TOSAs and the array of lessons that they have provided for them. But now we're going to be more structured in our WIN because we have some college lessons that we also have to, from College Next, that we have to start also promoting for or doing, I should say, in our WIN classes. And so we're working on that. And then for our safety of our campus, I would say, and I'm going to let you speak to this once I explain, we didn't change the tardy policy. We're enforcing the tardy policy this year. So kids are actually on time more so to class than they were last year. They're not wandering around. You see the tardy bell, they're running to class. The teachers are now the ones who are marking the tardies and working with them. We have more proctors out on campus now, which is great. We are all out on campus throughout the day, but all of us are out on campus out at lunch. And so I feel like there's a feel on campus and a connection with the adults on campus that feels really, really strong right now. We started the year off that way. I don't know how you feel. Do you want to speak about that, Kaylee?
I feel like that too. Like there's more people, like more proctors and more teachers out. Building a connection. I know some students get nervous talking to teachers about certain things, so kind of being open-minded towards certain students. And there's a lot of proctors that get along. There's like a lot of proctors that get along with certain students, and certain students don't get along with other proctors. But that's from just like a student's perspective, I guess you could say. But I think it's a good thing that everybody's kind of like out and walking around, because it's like then you get to like see how certain students act and like kind of just bond with them. I think it's a good thing.
Okay, great. And then our goal 3, and Marcus Hernandez was there. Remember, Hernandez was at, I attempted to do a coffee with the principal. I sent it out 2 weeks prior, and did a separate one for our Spanish speaking families, and had it translated. And I hate to say this, but only 4 people showed up. And so we kind of talked with some of the parents who were there about what's another way I can get it out to the public that can bring people onto campus. And so we're going to try to do a texting with a link. I had sent it via email and social media and plenty of notice, send out reminder. And so we're going to try something different. But so that was trying to connect with the parents. And then our social media this year is all about our students and showing what's happening on campus and student work. And so every day we're trying to post something and just information, communicating right away to the families, and being very transparent has worked really well. And so that's, I guess that's it. Do you have any questions?
Board, any questions?
No.
What are some of the things that the kids can do to earn some of the diamond bucks? Like,
It depends. And so just, for example, there was a day where someone jumped over the trash can and the kids took off, and this other kid picks up the trash can and starts picking up trash, and we're like, oh, thank you, and gives them diamond bucks,
unprompted.
Yeah, unprompted. I know there's incentives in classrooms. Some of them it's, I'm trying to think, participating in class regularly. I don't know what you see in your classes.
So I'm also in HOSA, this medical pathway program, and if someone answers like a right question to a medical question, we give them a diamond buck. Like just kind of putting yourself out there. If they get the answer wrong, we give them a piece of candy. It's just kind of just trying. Like as long as you're trying, most teachers will put that. Like most teachers that I have, at least show, like if you're showing effort, then they'll give you a prize or something, because it's like most students now like don't want to try anymore. So it's like as long as you're trying, then they want to help you out.
Yeah, and there's different classroom incentives. I know some of them use like a homework pass. If you earn a certain number of Diamondbacks, you can turn it in for a one homework pass. It doesn't mean all of your homework pass. They have to earn quite a bit, but it's things like that. It's incentives for them, and just being doing the right thing, being caught doing the right thing, and promoting that. So,
Very nice. Thank you.
any other questions?
I know it's a little off topic, but the stuff that we've asked for some data that we were going to be collecting some data, do we have preliminary results?
Are you talking about for A through G?
Yes, for the A through G.
Okay, I figured you were talking about that. So Michelle actually has compiled data from last year and the year before. So I know that the Hanover research, Alan, she kind of stopped looking into it because Hanover Research Alan's working with Hanover Research about kind of digging deeper. I can tell you from what we found, she has it tabbed in her office. Looking at the results just from looking at them in the papers, I'd say about 50 to 70% of the students who don't meet the A through G requirement are due to multiple reasons. There isn't any one particular reason. There's some, we have some special education classes, obviously, that don't meet the A through G. We have, if the students don't participate in 2 years of a foreign language, they're not going to meet the A through G. It's a lot of the Ds that are in multiple classes that the students did not reach A through G. And that's kind of what we're finding. It's not any one particular thing. However, again, she was working on desegregating the data even more so and trying to dig deeper because it's all by hand. It's every single student, and she's for 2 years and looking at those and where they're not meeting it. But Alan maybe can talk about Hanover Research about what that looks like.
That'll help me check off an item from my comments at the end of the evening. Actually, I was going to speak to that. So yes, we've got Hanover Research that's stepping in. They're going to do a comprehensive research study. It's going to take weeks actually to generate the data that they need to really do a comprehensive look chronologically across the years to see what our A through G completion rate has been in the past. They do a wonderful work, as Ryan can say with their research. They really are meaningful, or come up with meaningful findings as well as recommendations for that. So I'll be looking forward to sharing that report.
But it sounds like the preliminary stuff is good because, well, it's not good, but the tutoring that the grant is going to help with, it seems like it'll help if one of the things is that we're just getting too many Ds.
Sure,
And
absolutely.
we need to do better
Speak to
in
that,
the classes
Lisa.
themselves.
Yes. So we had 3 different meetings with 3 different tutoring programs, companies, and I think we settled on one because we feel like it's really user friendly for the students, and it seems it's going to be an amazing thing for them. We've had a lot of students actually right now who have been asking the counselors if there's any tutors, because sometimes our Christy Brenner always provides a group of her math tutors that she has. But sometimes the kids can't meet after school because sometimes the students who need tutoring are the ones that take the bus home. And so this will provide that opportunity for the students at home and at any time. So that'll be a really great opportunity. And honestly, when I looked at it, I thought, okay, if I could look and see the program and it's easy for me, then I think anybody will be able to do it, which is really nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
I just want to say thanks for coming down and giving us that update. I got this little paper in front of me with a bunch of principals or site leaders' names on it, and there's quite a few at the bottom that says nothing to report at this time. But I know there's got to be something they could have told us, and you came and gave us a little report in person. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And Kaylee, it's really nice to meet you in person. I'm sorry to say that I haven't met her yet, which I keep meaning to go out there. So it's nice to meet you in person. Finally, I hear a lot about you.
Yeah. Hey, Lisa, before you go, can I ask you a quick question? And that is, you have a quick story, if not a short statement from a student that best sums up what you've been telling us, right? That change across the system that just, Kaylee said it very well too, that I think can kind of leave us that student perspective in addition to what Kaylee already told us.
Sure. So the 3 students that I had asked to come tonight at the last minute, they and the reason why I asked those 3 students is because the parent had talked to me about how their daughter's experience and her friends at Serrano have been a very positive one this year. And so I was like, great, do you want to come to the board meeting and talk about what they feel is happening on campus? And that a couple of them are on the tennis team and they have a match today. And so I asked them to write something, but again, it was last minute. And so the parent actually texted me and said that I can tell you what they told me. And that is just that it's the high school experience is what they had wanted to do. They feel safe on campus. They aren't worried about things happening. There's just a general feeling. The teachers seem like they are there's a lot more school spirit happening. There's a lot more teacher involvement, engagement that's happening with like spirit days and things like that. So that's kind of what they said. It's just it's the high school experience is what they wanted, and that's what they told me.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. Appreciate that for sure.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate, I went as Parent Hernandez to the coffee with the principal. So I appreciate those efforts. I appreciate everything that's going on and that focus on safety and building that climate there. So very excited to try to schedule a time to come out again and take a look at campus and walk the grounds again. So
Okay.
I'll be looking forward to that.
Okay. Awesome. Any of you are invited.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Well, in appreciation of both you, Ms. Hanson, and our other new site administrators and new directors, of course, feel free to stick around if you like for our rousing meeting. But should you have other plans tonight, please feel free to go as well. So.
Yeah.
Dre, I thought you were staying.
She's not? Oh, what?
Next time. I actually almost spoke up because my daughter is at Serrano. She was a freshman last year. Kind of hated it. It was hard to transition. And she finally said to me, just recently, Mom, I like high school. I actually think I'm starting to like.
Oh,
my gosh.
I just want to drag her down here.
That's right.
All right. Well, that will take us to community comments. I have no comment cards before me. Any online comments?
No.
Okay. We will move along then to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any items within the agenda that you wish to pull or wish to modify or rearrange? Anybody?
Nope.
Going once, going twice. All right. And so I will take a motion to adopt the agenda as it's been presented.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Very good. And as a student board member, if you have a preferential vote, Ms. Davis? Well, when we vote on an item, you can vote aye or nay as to accepting or rejecting the item that we're taking action on. As a student board member, you have a preferential vote, meaning that as a representative of the student body, you want or don't want, the item. And so at the adoption of the agenda, we're basically saying everything that we have on the agenda tonight is what we want to talk about. If there's anything that we want to remove, rearrange, replace, we can do that now. So as a preferential vote to the adoption of the agenda, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And by a show of hands, all those in favor? Seeing none opposed, the motion approves. Taking us to consent motion.
I have a question that just occurred to me. Is it possible for a student school board member to have a real vote instead of preferential vote?
Mhm.
Is there a law or something about that?
That was a big discussion at last year's AEC. There was a group of kids that
That's right.
were advocating for that. I think that it's education code, if I'm not correct,
right.
that
It is.
that the student board member is given that preferential vote. It is not a legal or law-abiding vote. It's just that we acknowledge their presence and acknowledge that their vote to us counts. But formally, as a governing board, it does not. So, yeah, but you can join those folks, those kids that are really interested in getting that moved along. I do want to address the student board members, maybe drop the student part, and just say member Davis, member Vilchis, I think that is respectful of the position and something I probably will be trying to remember because thankfully I got the preferential vote out tonight. But moving forward, my intention is to honor that position and removing that student component of it and to say member. So, but I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, to the consent motion agenda. A motion to approve.
Move approval.
Thank you. A second.
Second.
Preferential vote from our member Davis. Thank you very much. By show of hands, all those in favor? Seeing none opposed, or seeing none opposed, motion passes. We just approved the minutes of the August 23rd, 2022 regular meeting of the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees. Approved personnel motions. Approved payment of confidential classified management vacation time accrued. Approved overnight field trips for Serrano High School. Approved resolution number 23-1611 to comply with AB 361 for possible virtual board meetings. Approved memorandum of understanding between Snowline Joint Unified School District and Central State University College of Education. Approved the Education Specialist Intern Program Memorandum of Understanding with Riverside County Superintendent of Schools and Snowline Joint Unified School District. Approved certification of the 2021-2022 unaudited actuals. Approved revision of the 2022-23 beginning balances due to the 2021-22 unaudited actuals. Approved resolution number 23-1609 for GAN appropriation limits. Approved student expulsions and or stipulated expulsions and or stipulated suspended expulsions. And approved district financial transactions. Taking us to item I-1, and I'll turn that over to Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you, President Hernandez. And what we have before you this evening is a resolution to commit a rather large sum of money to items that will show up in the budget at the first interim when we get to our readdressing the budget that July 1 through October 31 timeframe, and that will come to the board in December. But the reason we're bringing this as a resolution for commitment of dollars by the board is we received it was either last Tuesday or possibly even Wednesday morning, the county reached out to us as they were reviewing all of the budgets that have been approved by the boards of trustees in San Bernardino County. So the 33 districts as well as charters. And then the county has to review all those budgets that were submitted for approval, approved by the boards. And then the county has to give their okay to both the LCAPs and the corresponding district budgets. And what they noticed in our budget is that with this being the 22-23 school year being the first year that school districts can no longer have an undesignated or uncommitted reserve of more than 10% of your entire revenue for that school year, anticipated revenue for that school year, that we looked at that as 10%. And we kept that at, about 9.7%. But we did not include the 3% mandated reserve that you have for financial difficulties. As we read all the documentation, sat through all the workshops over the last many, many months, we looked at that as 10% your undesignated reserve plus your 3% for economic uncertainties. Because again, you're not supposed to touch that money for economic uncertainties unless it is an economic uncertainty, not just a want in your budget. And we were corrected in that, no, it is supposed to include that 3% for economic uncertainties. So it's not 10% plus 3. That 3% is within the 10. And so in order for the county to sign off on our budget, because again, it's really interesting legislation, it's only at the budget adoption that you have to show that. Now, we'll see what the county does. We'll see if the county continues to go with that, or if they go with what the legislation says. So at first interim and second interim, you can now, in theory, have more than that, which just seems contradictory to what the legislation means. So we're going to see how that works. But what we basically were told we needed to do was to commit basically an amount of money that was equivalent to or close to equivalent to the 3% economic uncertainty, so that it brought us completely under that 10% realm. And so committing this $3.7 million brings us now down to about 9.8, 9.9% undesignated reserve. And what we then endeavored to do was bring you money that is being spent, but was not it did not show as being spent in the original adopted budget, because these were things that have come up since that budget was put together in the middle of May, with the governor's May revised data and so on. So $700,000 of this commitment is to purchase 3 more buses. We are purchasing 3 additional school buses because as we went from pay to ride transportation to free transportation for all students, with a gallon of gas, still very, very expensive, with the roads very crowded, we are having more students choose to ride the bus, which is great. But an out piece of that is we're going to need additional buses, because in time we're going to have to create additional bus routes, train up, and hire additional bus drivers for those routes. And so we are purchasing buses, and that transaction would then show up and it still will, in the first interim budget. Then the $3 million is, as you have probably seen coming through in personnel motions, we've had presentations about our health and wellness efforts. We are hiring a number of additional staffing positions, or increasing the hours of existing part-time positions for safety reasons, to serve students, to do a little bit of what we just heard about, presented at, by Ms. Hanson, by Kaylee, talking about, campus monitors being present and, increased hours there. And so these dollars, again, will show up at first interim as budgeted dollars, but they're being brought to you now to commit. And then we will have to uncommit those dollars come first interim, when we bring you the first interim in December, because they're actually going to be spent on those things that they're committed for. So it's a big explanation. I wanted to be completely transparent about that, and definitely would entertain any questions.
To the board, any questions on?
Yeah, it seems like a large amount of money that I was unprepared to speak on or vote on. But you guys are the managers, and we entrust in you guys to put the money in the right spot. It just seems like a large amount of money to push into one area, and I know some of our schools could use some infrastructure help, and some of our parking, pickup, all of that stuff, and that's all money driven. I just want to make sure that we're putting the money in the right spot, and if it needs to all be committed to school buses, then I'll just take your word for it. But I just want to make sure that that's the place it needs to go.
What we endeavored to do with this was to not bring you additional expenses, but bring you expenses that are expenses that we have committed to for this school year. And yet, when you look at it, and it, $3 million in personnel, it adds up really fast when you start looking at that. I mean, we basically on the, I can give you a bigger picture of that, and you'll see, oh my, this is what we're doing to serve kids. But with enrollment increasing, with the return of more students in class versus Snowline Academy, because Snowline Academy at different times last year had between 400 and 500 students, and they are closer to half of that this year because so many students went back to the classroom. We've hired an additional 14 regular education teacher positions this year, 3 additional special education teacher positions this year on that certificated side. Plus 4 teachers on special assignment, which you know about. That's been brought here. 3 health and wellness teacher on special assignment, and a second special ed teacher on special assignment, which we did have at one point, and then that went away for a period of time where we went from 2 back to 1 with so many, new special ed teachers needing help to support them. So there's 21 teacher positions right there that are new from last year to this year. And those positions end up showing up at the first interim, once all that staffing has settled out based on enrollment, as well as 2 social workers on the classified side. Increasing bilingual associate positions, any of the 3.5-hour positions. We have a plan coming that's going to endeavor to increase those positions to 6 hours a day. So we're better serving those students, which are things that have come out of the auditing, the federal program monitoring, that we need to provide more support for those students. And there's dollars that come for those students to do that. Transitional kindergarten this year, 12-to-1 student per adult ratio, class size of 24. So we've had to hire 6 additional transitional kindergarten associates. And I believe that may go up because we've been needing a few additional transitional kindergarten teachers as well, because those numbers are growing. At campus monitors at Serrano High School, we had 7 positions up there that were 3.5-hour positions. And we committed, with direction from the board, was for safety and looking at, things from last year moving forward. So we've committed to grow each of those 7 3.5-hour positions to 7 hours a day. And then we have 7 additional classified support positions that we have approved for different areas in the district because of the support that's needed for students, the additional accountability and auditing plans for the different dollars that are coming our way. So when you look at it and put it all on one piece of paper, that is 57 different positions that are a combination of new and or augmented to better serve, which hits that $3 million number. Like
Yeah.
that.
I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding it, that this is money that we were already going to spend, and we're just now,
It's an accounting procedure now.
okay,
Yep.
and then,
It is. Yes and yes. And positions that have all been approved in personnel motions that have been coming your
And
way
then-
over the last number of months.
and just to clarify, because it's kind of overlapping, the 3 million isn't to support all bus staffing, it's to support all of the staffing
No.
that you mentioned.
The resolution breaks it out. 3 buses, 700,000. The staffing augmentation, 3 million.
And then this money, if we spent this money, because we just basically came up on 3%, like that we have to spend, right? Oh, like it's a magic 3% that we have now. This isn't going to, if we spend it on the cops debt, would that give us any lasting advantage? Or I know that we already have the plan for that. Would this help that?
This money's already been spent, so we can't spend the money twice, if that makes sense. So it's not like we're saying, hey, board, how would we like to spend 3.7 million? What we did is we needed to commit 3.7 million from the general fund into a committed account to bring that, it's an accounting function, to bring that undesignated reserve below 10. We thought it was already below 10 until we found out that no, it's 7% plus the 3% for economic uncertainty. We thought it was 10% plus the 3% for the economic uncertainty. So that was what happened in that triggered change that happened to start here with the 22-23 school year.
So this isn't a unbudgeted money that we just found.
No, it was not.
Okay.
This is not found money. This wasn't unbudgeted. This was dollars that was in the budget you adopted. But now we're just attaching, in a sense, a name to how we're spending that. And then asking you to approve a resolution that we can sign, get to the county tomorrow. So they will then sign off on our budget that is balanced and is very strong because, like I said, it's paying the COP debt within the general fund dollars. And we also still have, as you can see by the financial documents that are here tonight, as well as the documents we brought you when we adopted the budget in June, we're paying it out of the general fund, and the board has done an amazing job of committing, in the neighborhood of $12 million to a COP debt emergency fund. If things were to get tight and we couldn't make that entire $4.7 million payment out of the general fund and the dollars that come to us from CFDs and other ways that we are supposed to use to pay for that, we have money set aside to do that as well.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure and ask some
Good
questions, make
questions.
sure I did understood.
Good ones.
That's why I want to bring it and entertain questions very, very much.
Anybody else? I mean, I'm supportive of the idea of committing more to our transportation. I know we took that action about 3 years ago to get those new buses, and I remember having a conversation with the director of transportation, and they were very appreciative of that work, but we're quick to say this isn't the end of it. We have an aging fleet, and a number of buses will be aging out over the next 5 years. So this isn't unexpected. My only question is, knowing how California is moving in terms of energy and the use of fuel, would this money be better served investing in infrastructure that would support electric vehicles at some point, or are we looking into other opportunities? I know the EPA has a number of grants that have come open. Are we applying for those? Are we trying to modernize a fleet of electric buses? I remember conversing with Dr. Holman about that specifically, in that electric buses were brought out and toured and found to be both reasonable in terms of mileage as well as terrain. That they performed well. So are we looking at that modernization eventually?
I think I heard three questions, and it was no, yes, and yes. So no, this current money that we're using to purchase 3 diesel-powered buses would not be at this point in time better spent on infrastructure to support an electric fleet. Yes, we are pursuing those grants.
Good.
And when we replace buses that were aging out, buses that we were not going to be able to get CHP approved, smog approved, they were just too old, and it was cost prohibitive to keep them on the road. Mm-hmm. We have saved back a few of those. For some, those grant programs require a trade-in of a
Gas guzzler.
oil-based, oil fuel-based vehicle. And so, yes, we are still pursuing that.
Okay.
We believe we will have one of those sometime before the end of this fiscal year or early next year. We're in the process, to get that.
Mm-hmm.
And that will help us to know how it works, because we looked at the cost of just trying to completely flatten the terrain of Snowline, and that was too expensive. So, we're still going to need predominantly, maybe more fuel efficient over time, but we're still going to need vehicles that can get up into terrain and mountains and things. But the electric vehicles, the electric buses can be used on shorter runs. So to a positive outcome.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I want to make sure that we are still focusing on that. State legislation has taken action to eliminate new car sales of any gas vehicle by 2035. So we had better follow that pace. Otherwise, we're going to be scrambling at the last minute and trying to borrow money and do everything that we don't want to do.
Our director and her team are pursuing that. They
Very
are.
much so.
So, but on a reasonably timed process.
Yeah. All right. Very good. A motion to approve the resolution.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you very much. A second.
I'll second.
And the preferential vote from Member Davis.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And by show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, thank you very much. And we'll move on to J1, and we'll turn that over to Mr. Primo.
Thank you, President Hernandez. As it's stated before you, on August 23rd, we brought forth the CSCA Chapter 278's initial proposal for contract reopeners. At tonight's meeting, we are at the point where we need to have a public hearing to review those and accept public comments. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much. And I will open up a public hearing at 6:58 p.m. Any comments from the public?
Almost there.
Almost.
There we go.
And we will close the public hearing at 6:59. All right, and that'll take us to J2. Mr. Primo.
Thank you, President Hernandez. What's before you is a step that we take with our teachers that require, when they require a provisional internship permit or a PIP. We have a special education teacher, Seattle Hughes, at Pinyon Mesa Middle School. And again, through the action of the board tonight, that we would be able to then move for employment based upon that PIP for this year. She's been teaching special education since the beginning of the school year. Started out as a sub as we were looking to fill, and Mrs. Miller has nothing but positive things to say. She's been doing a fantastic job, and we're excited that she had made the decision to go ahead and seek employment as that teacher in a regular capacity versus a substitute capacity. So what you have before you is the PIP that needs board approval.
Very good. Any questions? A motion to approve the provisional internship permit.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. A preferential vote from Member Davis.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And by show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, that will take us to K1, and I'll turn that over to Dr. Holman.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Before the board is an item that it asks for approval, whether it be acceptance or denial of a liability claim. The recommendation from administration is to deny the claim on behalf of the district. So I'll turn that back over to you for any questions as needed.
Very good. Any questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to deny the claim.
Motion to deny has been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. A preferential vote from Member Davis.
So, sorry, I have a question.
No, please.
Am I motioning to deny, like, am I agreeing to deny it? Or am I-
Agreeing to deny.
Okay, deny.
Okay, thank you very much. And by show of hands, those in favor of denying, yeah, that is a contradictory, isn't it? And any opposed? Seeing none, the motion is denied. One of the items denied, the motion approved.
Denial's approved.
Yeah, denial's approved. That's contradictory in terms of how that works in my brain there. Very good. Item K2, Dr. Ullman.
Thanks again, President Hernandez. So before the board is an information/second reading, final approval of the two items there, board bylaw and the example that's for 9270. It was brought to the board at the prior meeting, the last one in August. And so again, it's up here for that second reading/final approval.
All right, very good. Are there any questions? Okay, we are looking for an approval tonight, so a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you very much. A second.
Second.
Thank you very much. Preferential vote from our board member.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And all those in favor by show of hands? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. K3, Dr. Coleman.
Yeah, thanks, President Hernandez. Item 3 is an information item, and specifically, it's really going to, I think, follow in the wake, if you will, of what we saw here today. I appreciate what Alan Miller has put forth here for our presentations, right? And that's still in the student context. How are we addressing our LCAP goals, right? LCAP goals 1, 2, and 3. And we also know the superintendent, myself, I have an evaluation, and those are tied each and every time, which I greatly appreciate, to our board goals, right? And so tonight, what you're going to see is the first of many specific presentations around what you instructed me to do in terms of the superintendent and my role, and specifically the progress we're making toward board goals and LCAP goals. And you see up there right now, thank you so very much, Robert Chacon, for facilitating the presentation. Alan is going to take over here in just a moment for the bulk of it. But you might recall back to the superintendent's evaluation as we go to this next slide there, Robert. I appreciate it. And you see this emphasis on the professional learning community. In board goal number 1, we heard Lisa Hansen, the principal up at Toronto High School, speak to the academic needs of our students and how the PLC process, right, the professional learning community process, is the vehicle by which we'll get at improved academic achievement for all of our students. That item right up there, develop and implement a PLC accountability plan for our administrators and staff members, is directly from my evaluation from all of you that you instructed me to engage in. And so we're making progress in that. I'm going to give this over to Alan right now. While this will be a year-long effort to get to that outcome, we're already getting after that. And so I want to turn that over to you, Alan, and thank you for what we're going to see here in a moment, and you'll be able to articulate the progress that we've made thus far. Thanks.
It is my pleasure. We talk a lot about the PLC process across our system. We're going to get into a little more depth tonight just to kind of explain what that means, what it looks like at the district level, our leadership council level with the principals, and then subsequently, most importantly, at the site level. So with that being said, if we could go ahead and move to the next slide, please. We're going to go right into our PLC outcomes for August, but I just want to kind of give you a basic philosophy of what we're talking about when we talk about professional learning community. We're talking about intentionally looking at data, and I'll talk a lot about that throughout the presentation, but more importantly, evaluating the data and then taking action on that data, sharing best practices amongst each other. If we're talking about leadership council, we're talking about our principals and other site leaders, and then they are replicating the process at their school sites with their teaching teams so that they can make a positive impact in the classroom. So with that being said, I'm going to walk you through a scope of work throughout the entire calendar year. The best laid plans. Yeah, thank you. We do believe that we need to allow ourselves flexibility when things do change. Maybe if timelines need to be adjusted for the best of the system, whether it has to do with academic pacing plans or just depends on adjusting a schedule or a timeline, so that we are not just sticking to that timeline for the sake of sticking to it, but we're making sure that we're able to maximize learning and thus reaping the best assessment outcomes in regards to student achievement. So with August, this is kind of a rear view mirror look. We're going to look at what we've done recently. We've made a huge commitment to our health and wellness plan, which we've brought before you, and Ryan has shared information with you about what we're doing just for the social emotional health of both students and staff, so that they can truly be at their best when it comes to learning and instruction. We also did some work around the new to Snowline teacher support system, which is our new to Snowline Teacher Academy for all of the, and we call it new to Snowline because once again, we do have a variety of teachers coming into our system, both brand new to the classroom, but also coming with a wide array of experiences from other school districts and whatnot. We also we're in our finalizing stages of the assessment calendar, which I included an attachment in the board agenda. You had a chance to look at that. That shows all of our assessments throughout the year, both assessments that focus on academics and also focus on our health and wellness approaches that we're going to be implementing this year. We discussed some preliminary CASP data, and we also went over school site budgets, as they're very important to the operational effectiveness of our schools across the district. Next slide, please. Looking at August, the continuation of August, we reviewed and revised the norms that we've worked under for a number of years as leadership council. I'm going to get into that just briefly to show you what kind of norms we operate under. We finalized the assessment calendar, which I discussed in the last slide. We discussed our SEL lessons for September, which focus on self-awareness, and we have implemented those this month. We began to assess our current smartphone policy, which we've had discussions on at previous board meetings. And then, if we go on to the next slide, just want to get you familiar with the norms that we work under. We've got our professional norm number 1, focus on our purpose of ensuring high levels of learning for all students. I want to give credit to Pam Buchanan, Dr. Pam Buchanan, for adding those little bubbles, just reminding us that holding others accountable means you hold yourself accountable first. So I like those reminders, and you'll see those appear on the subsequent norms as well. Moving on to norm number 2, respect one another, honor our time together, seek to understand, ensure equity of voice, and celebrate success. Number 3, be engaged, listen actively, participate openly, reflect on our efforts, use built-in breaks to address side conversations so that we aren't totally focused on the work at hand. Number 4, collaborate, communicate effectively, and reach common agreement. Assess if we are effective and practical. Assume positive intentions and be optimistic. And lastly, help find solutions. And number 5, be authentic, know your values, truly listen to others and be open-minded, express your thoughts, feelings, and views. And that is our last norm. But I couldn't be more proud of our leadership council, including our classified leaders as well, for really operating well under these set of norms that we have been operating under for probably over 6 years, I would say. And this gave us a chance because we haven't reviewed these norms in a while. So it was really meaningful to take a look at the norms and make sure that they were norms that were working for us, and to see if there was any enhancements or revisions needed to make them more effective. And the latter was very minimal, but I think the group as a whole appreciated going over the norms and regrounding ourselves in those norms to be most effective in our limited time together, for sure. So moving on to the next slide, take us back on the to the PLC outcomes. Finishing up August, we continued our discussions around smartphone use. We analyzed CASP data to a greater extent than we did previously. We discussed how to facilitate an effective PLC meeting by modeling that process ourselves and practicing it so that we, and meaning the principals in this case and the other side leaders, could replicate that work at their school sites and be good leaders of that work and get their teachers comfortable with following that PLC process to be effective. And then one thing the principals have asked for, and we've honored and will continue to honor this school year, is to give them a block of time that they can collaborate with no prompting from us, but they really have some meaningful time together to share the state of their individual campuses, to share challenges that they're experiencing on their campuses, because more likely than not, similar challenges are experienced in other school sites as well. So it really gives them the time to talk as a leadership team with no structure or, once again, like prompting or questions from us. They can have that time to really get down into the nuts and bolts. And then going on to the next slide, it brings us into September, and this happened this past Monday. We shared outcomes regarding initial PLC efforts at the school sites, so they were able to just share back how those processes worked on the respective school sites or campuses. We analyzed and evaluated data from the Summer Health and Wellness Survey and discussed next steps. And we also had the opportunity to front load upcoming SIPSA work for their school plans and discuss the timeline for the same. Going on to September again, so this will happen subsequently. Next slide, please. we'll engage in part 3 of a 3-part EL workshop for administrators that we started over the summer. That was very well received by the administrators. With our English language learners, we really do aspire to serve them as best we can, and we know that we have a real opportunity for growth in that area in regards to integrated and designated ELD instruction. And then we have time to work on we do have planned time to work on our school plans, which we talked about. We had a preliminary conversation this last go around. We're going to have time. We're going to have time to analyze Kelvin data for students and staff. Those Kelvin pulse surveys will be administered approximately every 2 months, and we'll analyze that data in a timely fashion. And just as a reminder, those Kelvin pulse data will just inform us of how people, both students and staff, are doing emotionally in both their school experiences as well as in the classroom and in their respective support roles at the school sites and in the departments as well. And we will also, let me find my placeholder again. We'll be reviewing the October SEL lessons for our schools, which will be self-management. And we also have time carved out or planned out to analyze the district safety audit and to discuss next steps for the same, to correct some of those findings that were brought to our attention. Going on to October.
Mr. Miller?
Oh, yes.
So this is in conjunction with the assessment calendar that you provided to us,
Absolutely.
in that we're looking at ELA data and math data and student achievement and how we're moving along with the IABs and so forth.
Absolutely. There's
Okay.
a correlation right there. I provided you the assessment calendar because that really does have a lion's share of the data that we'll be reviewing over time as we engage in our PLC work at the district or leadership council level.
And each of the teachers, the PLC groups, derive their own data for their group, their respective groups. They
Excellent question.
they gather that.
Absolutely. They'll be using both this data, and you'll hear me mention some data that'll probably be more relevant to the site PLC teams, whether we're talking about grade levels or secondary department levels. But they'll be using district-wide data as well as formative assessment data of assessments they generate at their own school sites to assess their kids throughout the learning process.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. If we could move on to the next slide, please. Taking us into October. In October, we have from some of our partners at Renaissance Learning that are going to be joining us virtually for a Leadership Council meeting, just to remind administrators of the reports that are available using the STAR assessment data for both reading and mathematics, and to also make them aware of some of the new features on the platform to generate meaningful data to help drive discussions at their school sites. So we're going to be happy to have them on board. Right after that, we're going to be analyzing STAR reading and math data to see how we're doing both as a district and as at individual school sites, and drilling down into grade levels as well. We're going to continue our smartphone work if necessary. And then that is it on that slide. So we'll move on to continue in October. We're going to be taking one of our October Leadership Council meetings. We're going to be taking the opportunity to analyze some PBIS team implementation checklist data, which is the TIC, to make sure that PBIS processes and systems are in place at the school sites and that they have the important key players in place to make that work effective at the school sites. We're also going to be analyzing attendance data and behavior data in October. And that takes us to November. Thank you. We're planning right now, we haven't finalized some Kagan coaching that'll be occurring across the districts at our school sites. But if that comes to fruition, Kagan is shorter on coaches than they have been pre-pandemic, so it's a little more of a challenge. We're really trying to push and make that happen to support those Kagan efforts in the classroom. But if that comes to fruition, we'll take the opportunity in November to analyze Kagan coaching data and share what happened from site to site in the classrooms as teachers practice those Kagan structures in front of coaches and receive some valuable feedback there. We'll also analyze another round of student staff Kelvin Pulse data. Next slide, please, taking us into December. We're going to be analyzing and discussing interim assessment data. And those are going to be using the interim assessment blocks, which correlate directly with the CASP assessments, our state summative assessments. They should provide a pretty good indication at that moment in time how students would perform on the end of year CASP assessments. So we'll be excited to look at that data. Going on to, we'll also be in December looking at attendance data and behavior data once again. And then we'll roll into the new year in January. We'll be evaluating once again. You'll see a pattern or repetition here. Kelvin Pulse data. We'll be taking this time kind of a mid-year checkpoint, looking at our LCAP progress monitoring, and we'll evaluate where we are using our end-of-year metrics that you reviewed on the LCAP to see if we're on course for meeting some of those goals, and we're on that positive trajectory, of course, to each one of those respective goals and actions. And then going into February, once again, we're going to be looking at attendance and behavior data again. Going on through, we'll see this last slide, or second to last slide, that's going to kind of finish out the year for us. There's a lot going on. We didn't try to take a shortcut by condensing this on one slide, but we felt that wrapping up the year with these steps would be appropriate. So we're going to be looking at STAR reading and math data once again, and this will be just prior to state testing, which we hope will have some positive data or a positive data trend going into the summative CASP. We'll look at Kelvin Pulse data once again. We'll do some more LCAP progress monitoring and see if we're on course for meeting our end of the year metrics goals. And we'll also be in preparation for drafting up the 23-24 LCAP. We're going to be looking at our more PBIS data, the tiered fidelity and index data, which is we refer to as our TFI. And then we're going to be wrapping up the year after the official school year ends with a leadership retreat. We'll debrief on the year, which Ryan always does a great job of doing, and then we're going to plan subsequently for the 23-24 school year. And then we'll bring the whole year full circle by having an approved 23-24 LCAP. And then if we go on to the next slide, just to end things here, just a little preview of what to look forward to at our September 27th board meeting. We'll be presenting our district CASP results to all of you. And if available, we'll also have county and state comparisons as well as some regional comparisons available to you as well.
Is that set to present this year or next year?
I'm sorry.
Next meeting.
Next meeting, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, this takes us to a couple weeks from now. Open up to any questions, or if you need have any points of clarity that you'd like me to expand on.
Before a question, may I add something real quick? Oh, did you have a question?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Huge thanks to Alan Miller there. You see a lot of information, right? And that was purposeful. I mean, honestly, it was purposeful to really share with all of you a few things, right? That throughout all that is the PLC process, right? And again, we throw that around. That's a professional learning communities process. And just, I think the best way to summarize that in a nutshell, we just answer 4 questions. What do kids need to know academically, behaviorally, right? Social, emotionally, attendance wise. So we ask, what do kids need to know? So they determine that, right? We do as leaders, so do the teachers, right? Preaching the choir with Steve here, or Member Colomb. Secondarily, then, how do we know that they know it? There's the assessment part, right? Alan provided the you saw all those assessments in that attachment, and those are all the district-wide assessments. This doesn't speak to what Baldy Mesa does, what Serrano does individually, all that the teachers do, individually. So there's a second question: how do we know, right, that they know it? And then the third and fourth ones are probably the most powerful ones. What do we do when they know it? Kaylee, Rudy, they're doing super well. How do we expand their learning because they know it? They've demonstrated how we expand it. And then secondarily, what do we do when little Ryan Holman does not know it, right? Those are the 4 questions that drive PLCs in every single section that you saw Alan mention. I mean, he knows it very well, better than I do, but I just want to put that out there because it's easy for us to throw around PLCs, but that's what's going on in those meetings. And then our commitment, and the second piece I just want to say real quickly, back to ultimately what Robert had up there at the beginning. You don't have to put it back up there, Robert, and that is that accountability piece that you gave to me for all of us as leaders. And so we'll build this into the evaluations of all of our leaders so that we are holding ourselves accountable. Back to that thought bubble, right, Alan? That thought bubble again. We can't hold the system accountable unless I hold myself accountable. We hold ourselves accountable. We as leaders do. So we're really excited about this comprehensive plan. I love where Alan ended too. And he ended on what's coming next, all of the CASP, right? We have all these acronyms. That's the state standardized test. You're going to get all those data. We'll show you what it looks like across the high desert, right? And all of that. So you'll get all that information. And so everything that's happening in the leadership council meetings with our leaders, you're going to get those data coming this direction. Hopefully it gets all of you closer to us and really having a better eye so you can evaluate the process much more effectively. Alan, thanks for letting me jump in there. Thank you too, President Hernandez. I just feel like hopefully that additional information is hopefully helpful as you hear us talk about PLCs all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Anybody else? Any other questions? A lengthy presentation. Thank you. A ton of information, like you said, Dr. Ullman.
A lot going on. Hopefully good stuff, right?
Exactly. Okay, with no questions, I'll take us to board member comments.
I think one
Oh,
more.
no,
Four,
we're
it's okay.
going to skip that.
Just kidding.
Well, that's at the, I guess
We
at the,
can't.
Okay, item, what is it?
it's at the pleasure of the board. The board
Yeah,
needs to do theirs, I
K4.
guess.
We'll go ahead and do it after all.
Yeah, so item 4 is an information item as it shows there. I just want to make certain that all of you as board members here understand the appointment process that needs to occur specific to the failure to elect in trustee area 4. We did not have
to say failure. I mean, gosh,
Yeah.
just
my
insult to
apologies.
injury.
Yeah, I apologize. And I do want you to know that that's pulled directly from, I hope you all know, that's pulled directly from, the registrar of voters as well as board policy. So, my apologies. That certainly is not directed at any one individual or any group. That's simply what it is called. And that's important because all of this is driven by education code. So what I wanted to just share real quickly, I will be, I think, relatively quick. There are 4 slides. One's a title and one's questions. So it's really only 2 slides. I'll go to that next slide. So you all know where we're headed specific to getting a board member in trustee area 4. And there's a vacancy because there is no candidate that put forth and I would say was recognized by the registrar of voters in that area. So those 2 education codes up there, you see the references, and our board bylaws 9223, that's what we do to fill that vacancy. And it's through the provisional appointment process for trustee area 4. That's in the northeasterly corner of our school district. And in the next slide, there's what we need to do on slide 2. But on the next slide, here's how we're going to go through that appointment process. We have to follow again the provisional appointment process as articulated in the education codes. And so very timely that Mr. Don Fish, a amongst many great things that he does, he is the purveyor, if you will, the owner of News Plus. And so we'll be reaching out to our local press and specifically not just the Mountaineer Progress once a month at News Plus, but also the Daily Press and Victorville News groups, because you think about that area, that's in our eastern area. And in that second bullet, only residents of trustee area 4 within those boundaries, right? What are those boundaries? They're bordered by Palmdale Road, 395, the Aqueduct, and then on the western side, it's a little bit of a few roads there, but that area there, anyone who wants to apply has to be a resident of that area. And how do we apply that application process? You see right there 3 things. An introduction letter, who are you? Secondly, a resume that delves more deeply into the experience of any potential candidate. And then the address. That's important because, again, we need to verify that the primary residence of any candidate would live within those boundaries. Now, how are we going to verify that? That gets to that next bullet, the committee work. So I'm going to ask for 2 very, I don't know if it'd be fortunate or unfortunate. You be the judges because it's going to be a meeting with Ryan Holman there, right? But 2 of you trustees, the education code calls for a non-quorum, right? So 2 individuals to join me in reviewing all of the candidates' information to make certain that they meet those 3 items, a letter of introduction, a resume, and we verify the residents, the addresses of those residences. We've done that before in the past. As we've gone through this appointment process, we'll do that again and ensure that it resides in those boundaries. And we'll also go over the interview questions with those 2 individuals. We've got I think I counted them up at 17 questions that we pulled from last time and bring them back to the board. And you can see what we're targeting is, and I would just make this recommendation, certainly look to all your feedback in a moment. But on Tuesday, October 25th is our only regular meeting in October. Based on how many candidates we get, I do believe we can finish that process in the context of our regular meeting. And again, that would be that interview process and on the board members making the decision based upon who they want to select and appoint to this process. Because what the education code says is it has to be done prior to Election Day. Election Day is November 8th this year, Tuesday, November 8th. And so that October 25th date to me fits quite well in terms of meeting that timeline. So there's the process. Before Robert Chacon gets off the slide, I just want to maybe answer any questions relative to the process. Yeah, Robert, I'm so sorry. I probably shouldn't have said it. Yeah, thank you for sticking on number 3 there, slide 3. Are there any questions about the process? Yes, Member Behringer.
So the person that is appointed is seated at our December organizational meeting?
Thanks for saying that. So that is correct. The December organizational meeting is a requirement of every single school district. I'll just say that so everybody knows. That's when most recently Daniel Flores and Nathan Bristol were seated in their current seats. That happens every 2 years in a rotational process. We'll have 3 this year in December, and then 2 years after that, there'll be the 2 seats and go in that process. So thank you for allowing me to elaborate on that. But the quick question is yes, in terms of seating. But yeah, so Nancy's reminding me it does have to be completed. She's just reinforcing that piece that I think I mentioned. We do have to complete the process prior to Election Day. And again, that's on November 8th this year. That's a requirement of education code.
So I'm guessing if we had, as we did last time, we had a lot of candidates for an appointment.
We did.
If we find that we have too many to cover in that single October 25th meeting, that we would move it up earlier so that we can have it completed by voting day.
We're going to have a special meeting is what we're going to have, right? And so when we think about the advertisement, I think it's really important for ourselves over a little bit more than a 2-week period of time that we get that information out, not just in the press release that we need to make in the newspapers that I mentioned. I've even talked to Don Fish. I'm hoping he'd be willing to do that. He always has been very supportive of that, but also on our social media, we will blanket everything. but to answer your question then directly, so if we feel like there are too many candidates, then we'll set a special meeting date, and it would just need to be before November 8th. So it wouldn't necessarily have to be before the 25th. It could be after the 25th, but before November 8th, so that we could take care of that. Now, your point's a great one. And we think the last time that we did this, the difference from last time was we were able to pull at that stage. We were not completely by trustee area.
Right.
So we were able to pull from the entire 223 square miles of Snowline school district boundaries. So that's why, and I love your question, but I think that's why I'm just kind of doing some simple math. I mean, if you just divide it by 5, do we get 2 candidates? I mean, you know, we had 10 or 11 last time, so do we get 2? I mean, that's not a fair way to look at it, but I do think we'll get less because of that fact that we're not pulling from every single trustee area, only trustee area 4. And just certainly trying to help all of you to not pull you in because you're all busy. And so if we can do it on that given day and allocate the appropriate time, I felt like that all of you who are on the board right now, who went through that process, were very efficient. And I think we can get it completed in this, in the regular meeting. If it's, 4 or 5 candidates might be a cut point, but we can talk about that. And that gets back to the committee work. And I appreciate the question, Member Behringer, the committee work. If 2 trustees here, at some point, I'm going to ask if anyone's willing to raise that hand or step backward and see who's left, still sitting and join me. That would be greatly appreciated because we'll be able to make that decision that you ask about there, Member Behringer, based upon how much we get.
And will President Hernandez preside over that meeting?
I would say that would depend. It would depend on if President Hernandez is going to be a candidate for that area or not. And I don't want to presuppose anything. I mean, that would be a question for him. But that doesn't even need to be answered, I guess. I guess this might be the awkward part, I guess, of my job at this stage here.
It may be with all likelihood that I will recuse from that meeting and allow that process to be led by the clerk.
I have a question. The committee with 2 people on it, they're not like screening any of the candidates. They're just making sure that they meet the criteria.
Yeah, that's said very well. I mean, there is a level of screening, right? If a resume is not turned in, I mean, that is a screening, right? But you're,
Oh, this person here now.
yeah, I appreciate. I think the spirit of your question is just, if as long as those 3 items are met, there we go. We move forward. So thanks for.
Sounds like
providing
Steve
that
wants to be the chair of that.
I
Is
think
that what I'm
so.
hearing?
Yeah.
No.
I don't mind doing it.
Well, and so to that end, yeah, Member Colombo, you're willing to join me, and
Sure.
I appreciate that. That's 1, and so I look to the others.
I'll join.
Thank you.
There
Yeah,
you
Member
go.
Bristol, thank you very much.
Nice.
And so maybe on an aside, we can set a date, that works for all of you, and we'll make that happen. So appreciate that. And again, that would be after October 7th, as you see that up there. Clearly before the 25th, because we need to get out the invitations to the people who would be coming in. So I would think it'd be that next week. So thank you for that. And I won't take a lot of time, based on calendars. If I'll connect with both of you, and with the great help of my wonderful colleague here, we'll be able to find a date there.
We sure will, Dr.
But thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So to avoid any documentary issues, is September 22nd the very first date that someone can send in their information?
Oh, no, thank you. It's actually a great question. Once we release that information, we'll take that, as soon as possible. You see those dates there, the 22nd. We're just trying to, understand the different newspapers, news cycles there, right? And also, Nancy does just outstanding work. We're going to get going on this immediately tomorrow. If we get it out on our social media, to everyone beforehand, then it can be beforehand. So that's not a hard and fast date. We won't accept anything, but we've got to get the information
Yeah,
out.
that's the advertising.
It's really the
period.
advertising period. Yeah, that's the advertising period and then on the news, but we also know social media is,
Yeah.
just as effective platform, to use.
And
So
are wet signatures required?
That would be
No.
So
That's no.
We're not doing any of this from.
And can you lie to me right now? And
no.
Pen to paper.
Honestly,
question. Yeah,
our
so-
last time, everybody submitted for the most part online.
Can they come to the office?
Oh,
to do it?
absolutely. They can come to the
I
office.
missed that,
and
Nancy. You said it was
Sign in
submitted
person.
online? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, I got it. And thank you.
I'm
Yeah.
happy to help anybody.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
But member Flores, a great question. You talked about, I think, but submitting online. I mean, we're endeavoring to make this obviously very transparent, ensure that everyone has equal opportunity to access, right? Every bit of information here. And I know all of you stand for that. And hopefully what we just shared with is certainly, we want it to be reflective of that process. It's a great question. So I appreciate you asking that. And that's a yes online. We want to make certain we give everyone the opportunity.
And honestly, I always reach out when they submit their paperwork, letting them know that it's been received and that we have it all, and the process that we will go through from that point on. And then I stay in contact with them during that process.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. And that's really reflective right next to her, the HR department with Sean's leadership prior to that, with Dennis's leadership. We've always done that, reached out to say, or been a resource to say, yes, you want to know if it's complete, that's something that we just feel like is important to do in Snowline. So I want to let you all know that's not just reflective of what Nancy's saying in this instance, but hopefully that's the customer service that we need to provide in all instances. So great questions all. But that's really what that next slide. Any other questions really to everybody? Want to make certain that the board members understand what we're doing, and we're going to get going literally tomorrow, on this, and reaching out to our great community leaders and so forth, with the newspapers and such, to see if they'd be willing to support us in that regard.
I would like to say don't reach out too far. But the truth of the matter is that we stand by the process. We stand by the rules. And so I think it is the right work to, seek out those interested.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And thanks for saying that. And I want to, again, be really clear where I tried to start, that this is all driven by education code. And we're endeavoring to follow the education code, word for word. So your point's a good one. That's what it says to do. And so that's what we're going to do. Absolutely. Yeah. So thank you for that. Unless there are any other questions.
Any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Robert, for helping with that
I
slideshow.
couldn't skip over that item, so I guess now we will move on to board member comments. And we'll go ahead and start with our student board member from Serrano High School, Ms. Davis.
Okay. So what I have right here, I put on everybody's desk. It's just, I sent out an email to all the principals of the Snowline district, sorry. And so from Phelan Elementary, what they have going on is that they have added more preschool, TK, and kindergarten classes, as well as third grade. And they have been just kind of more communicating, I feel like, with their students. And as it says, they also put a book vending machine in, which I think is really cool, because like as a kid, I loved like doing like the book fairs, like and stuff like that. So, and just doing like meeting their reading goals, and how you guys said you guys are going to start looking at the CAPS test and stuff. I think just promoting like reading and stuff just as elementary schools and middle schools is where it really, I feel like, needs to start. Because like as in high school, like yes, like I went through COVID and stuff, but it's a different world and for English, at least for me. But
Great advice.
so I feel like if we just start hitting the elementary schools more and the middle schools as well with more English and more kind of like hitting the basics, then in high school it's not going to be as much as a struggle.
Nice.
And then for Quail Valley, they wanted to represent their sports. So cross country has, after 3 meets, both boys and girls are both undefeated, keeping up with the Quail Valley tradition. And as for the staffing, they said, anyone know of people who would like to become an instructional aide or instructional aide sub? Please call the district HR department and apply online.
I love it.
And finally, for Serrano, as Ms. Hansen said, she really kind of hit all those points that I was gonna go for. The Diamond Bucks have really helped out our school, and
Nice.
we were giving out Diamond Bucks last year as well, but it just wasn't. It was just used for like extra credit or the raffle, but nobody really knew about it. So the fact that we are having more school spirit is helping our students a lot, I feel like. And so the football games, like I don't know if you guys have been to the football games, but our student section is very big now and very spirited. And it's not even like just at the football games, but it's at school as well. So
Awesome.
even our staff, like a few of the proctors, like teachers and stuff like that, they do the raffles as well. If they dress up for a spirit day, the teachers will submit like a funny outfit that they're wearing for it. And so I think overall our students have been more connected, and so is our staff. So I think throughout the district, I think we're doing really good for the spirit and stuff. So, and all the other schools, Vista, Heritage, Pinion Hills, Pinion Mesa, Wrightwood, Baldy, and Serrano. Miss Hanson was here, but I didn't really get an email from them, but I believe they're doing good. Nothing bad to report for them, so but that's all I have to say.
But if they don't respond next time, then maybe
Yeah.
we'll say that it's been strike two.
Yeah.
Strike two.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that update. Rudy, do you have any comments from Chaparral? Oh.
Baldy Mesa and Wrightwood actually do have things. Double check with them.
Nice.
I don't have a copy printed in front of me, so Ryan, if you can help me. Wrightwood, let's see, you, Miss Scribner, Miss Hanson, Mr. Brooks, and Garner are going to the Wrightwood Homeowners Association.
Well done. That's exactly
to
right.
present the schools like progression and the respective like program that's going on with the district.
That's right. Tomorrow night. Yeah, well done.
Baldy Mesa just has a couple things that they already did that they wanted to announce, I guess. They had a Patriot Day assembly and also a Grandparents Day where the grandparents got to visit during lunch, do different activities, and a teddy bear picnic. So
Absolutely.
and that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vilchis. I appreciate your reporting out tonight. Appreciate you hanging out with us this evening.
Yeah, can I say there were over 500 grandparents at Baldy Mesa Elementary School. That's how amazing. Over 500. Isn't that incredible? I just had to share that. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
All right, Member Bristol, any comments tonight?
Oh, yeah, just a couple comments. I just wanted to thank Principal Hanson for coming down and giving us a little update on the Serrano High School's progress. And also wanted to thank Student Board Member Davis for putting this together. It kind of sparked some enthusiasm in me, probably my own failure of not visiting all of these schools and talking to these site leaders in person. But I'm going to do a tour. So I gotta start setting up dates, and I'm gonna do a tour, and I'm gonna use this paper that she gave me as a checkbox to hit all the schools and hit all the highlights.
Nice.
I also want to thank the principals that did respond to her, and I know the other principals probably super busy and just maybe scanned over the email, but it's really productive for us to be able to, as board members, to be able to know just in a short couple sentence, explanation of what's happening at school, because we can't be there all the time, and we trust the site leaders to be running the schools. But it is great to just have a little bit of information on what each site is doing. So I really appreciate this. Great work, Dave. That's it.
Can I say something? Sorry. Just like thank you, Rudy, for having, because he also some of the schools that didn't reply to me have actually like replied to him, and so like that was what he was also going for. So I just want to like recognize that as well, that he had that done. So thank you.
Oh, so I just wanted one more thing. So it was Principal Buckley, Bennett, and Hanson.
And Garner.
Hanson was here.
Hanson was here, who would be Conrad and
Garner.
Garner replied. All right, stars.
Gold star.
Brownie point. Oh yeah, Diamondbacks. Here you go. You can get those little AirPod things.
Oh,
Ah, there we go. How PC.
Did they? Okay, that's good to know.
Nicely done, Rudy.
Good job, Rudy.
Good job.
Member Kaloum.
Yes, I was telling board member Davis that she might try emailing some of the principal secretaries.
Or the
They can get
APs,
to the
yeah.
principal easier sometimes. So maybe Nancy could supply the emails of the principal secretaries, and she could.
The gatekeepers.
Yeah, the gatekeepers, exactly. Another thing is too, concerning future school board elections, I think would be prudent for the district to figure out a way to promote the election. So I think we need competition in each area rather than just one person applies and that's the person. There's no selection process there whatsoever by the voters. And so in the future, I think maybe some way to publicize that, or maybe the school site councils where a lot of your parent leaders are going to be, they could bring it up and say, hey, why don't you run, if you a lot of people don't think about it, and they don't know the process, and it might seem daunting, and we could educate them on that also, because here we're going with the the newspaper, and we're going to get all this stuff out now. Why didn't we do that beforehand? Especially for districts that aren't represented by candidates formally or whatever. And the last thing is, I was talking to my granddaughter rather, and she moved to Barstow, and so she was in the car and I said, hey, Elizabeth, what do you like better, or what school do you think was better? Was it Vista Verde or was it the school you're at now? She's in 7th grade now. She said, oh, Vista Verde was way better. So the teachers were way better at her school. I mean, it's bad for her, but it's good for Snowline to hear that. And I said, well, what else? She said, well, there's the students at Vista Verde are much better behaved than they are in Barstow. She says in Barstow there's fights every single day. So kudos to Vista Verde, they're doing something right over there.
Very nice, very kind. Thank you. Member Behringer.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank Dennis Zimmerman for answering my myriad budget questions today and spending a lot of time with me. Thank you very much for that. And also, it was very impressive, the Patriot Day celebrations that occurred. I was able to attend at Heritage with the event being hosted and led by Mr. Anton. And it was very touching. And I think that these are very poignant presentations and really help build character in our students and provide civic engagement with them, with their recognition of veterans and so forth. I think that that's really important. So I thank all the schools for their hard work in those efforts. And also, speaking of hard efforts, there was an FFA fundraiser that took place where we were able to purchase meals online, and then we just did the simple drive up to pick up the food yesterday. And as luck would have it, my husband went out of town, and so I had all this wonderful food. So I invited friends over, and so we had a party, and everybody was able to enjoy it, and it was fantastic, Mr. Fish. Thank you so much. And we all hope that you do that again. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Clerk Flores.
Okay, I have just a few. Thank you again for this. We get a fair amount of emails as board members, and I appreciate them all. One of the things that I notice is Mrs. Arbizu sends us, I don't know if it's just me, but I think it's all of us. Do you guys get stuff from Mrs. Arbizu on your, or do I just get it as a parent? I thought she got all the board. Oh, because I get it on my personal email too. Okay. If there's any way that because I love getting it in my school email.
Oh.
Yeah. So anyways, I was wondering if all the principals can add us, well, me at least, I don't know, I can't speak for everybody. If we can get added to what they send out to the parents so that we can have a better idea of what is happening on campuses. I would love that. I really thought everyone was getting those. And I was like, man, Miss Arbizu just sends it to all of us so that we all know what's going on at Heritage all the time. I guess that's because my kid goes there. So,
Member Flores, I mean, I think the answer would be yes if there's consensus here. I mean, if you want us to, speak with the board member.
Or can you just speak to the principal on my behalf? I want them. Because I like knowing what's going on. Like how you used to always say, Member Bristol, that you'd get stuff from Serrano and you always kind of felt like you knew what was going on. I'd like to know what's going on or what's going on. Is that allowed if I'm not a parent?
Oh, it's public consumption.
You
Yeah.
have to do it manually because it's downloaded from the database of parent emails that are in there, but it can be done.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know
easily
if
done,
all
though.
the principals are watching right now because there's only 8 people watching on YouTube right now. But for those I'm sure there's
There's probably a
watching right
principal
now.
party where a few of them got together.
Yeah,
and
viewing
watched
party,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if they can please do that, I'd appreciate that.
I'm interested
But
in
that's what I
that
say.
as well.
Yeah.
So,
And the reason
yeah.
I ask for consensus is because I know some people, they don't want it. We don't want to clutter the emails,
do.
right? So if they're wanting that, I think that's a hard thing to do.
Yes, I would like that as well.
So anyone who's got a news.
I need to reduce the amount of, not necessarily spam, but all the educational promotions everybody sends to me. So I would have much more room to receive good information like that
Yes.
rather than solicitation. So I'm supportive of it. You guys want emails, more emails?
Okay with that.
More emails.
More emails.
Add
More
us to the
emails.
distribution list.
I want to narrow it though. It's actually the newsletters we're talking about, right? Just to make sure.
Yeah.
Not just general emails, right?
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
but it's kind of, I don't know. I like some of the stuff like, early in the year when she was letting us know, hey, pickup procedure, we've reduced it by another 2 minutes, or anyway, I like that kind of stuff. Anyways, moving on. Thank you to Mrs. Hanson for coming and for getting some of that information. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for that stuff that's coming down. Again, for us to be more effective in knowing why or where we should spend those dollars that are coming, we got to know what we're failing in. And so I'm really happy to see that we're like going that way, and then to get more of that information. I do have a question. It doesn't need to be answered today, but the Hazel stuff that we talked about, just wondering where we're at in the process with it. If it's off the ground yet, or if we're still just training or getting ready or setting things up, or if families have actually opted in yet.
If we can give a quick answer, Member Flores, I'll turn over to Alan Miller in just a second. But we are making progress. Alan, you want to speak to it?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a real heavy lift on the front end, Member Flores. A lot of data integration. There is training involved for the sites to get our health techs and our nurses that are at the school sites onboarded with the process. We had to complete our consent forms that are going to be sent home to the families. So we were a little late in the game when we decided to go ahead and partner with Hazel. So, ideally, it would have been nice to have a lot of this front loading done earlier.
Sure.
But it will be off the ground very, very quickly.
Just because in the end, I know one of the things we had spoken of is wondering just how many families would sign up. And so when that comes, I don't know when a good time would be, maybe by December, to say how many people are actually using it to see if it's beneficial for something to continue. And then last, I kind of mentioned it. We were talking right before we started. I try to thank multiple people, at the end of every meeting and stuff like that. One group I don't think I've ever thanked, but I was thinking about it a lot this week, was our families who are away from us on Tuesday nights, 2 Tuesdays a month usually. My kids forgot that I had a school board meeting tonight, and I've been really busy lately. And so they were super bummed when I was going out the front door. And I thought, well, that's not just in my home, that's everybody's home, right? And whether we have young kids or not, just our spouses, just thank you for, all those who support us so we could be here. But I know it's not, I know there's been days that I've, ran a quick errand and passed by again, and the light's still on in your office. So, thank you to your family, and thank you to just all of our families who allow us to, come out here and try to do our best to help our community. So that's all I got for tonight.
Thank you very much. Do appreciate that. Do appreciate the acknowledgement of our families. You're right. They do sacrifice quite a bit. So. I just want to comment again to our student board members. Thank you very much for reaching out to all those sites, bringing that information back, and encourage you to please continue that. And I don't know if you have the opportunity to visit those sites and speak with the students there, especially the student leader groups. I know the elementary schools are pushing that aspect of things. So at your abilities, if that's something that you're interested in, connect with them. Find out what's going on with the students. It's one thing to report back from administration, but it's also another thing to connect with the kids individually to find out, how are things going there? What do they feel? What are they experiencing on a day-to-day? And remember to advocate for your own schools. We've had student board members in this district that have advocated for resolutions to be passed. They have worked hard for, some kind of social justice. I've heard of, again, at the AEC, the Annual Education Conference, heard of student board members that really drove big ideas from their campus to the board and became an actionable item, something that they were able to implement within the school year. And, turns out to be a big win for the students, and to let them know that your groups, at Chaparral, at Serrano, have that voice, have that direct access to the board. So take advantage of that, and do the rest of your colleagues proud up there. I had the opportunity to get to the Snowline New Teacher, I think it's Academy, or and really great to meet so many new faces, and really speaking with several of them. They were not new teachers; they're new to Snowline. A few of them were very first year teachers, but the ones that had come from other districts quickly commented that districts don't do this. Welcoming in them, providing a space for them to connect and to meet. They felt immediately special about that, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that work, and want to make sure that continues. We make all those connections, because it really is about developing that family that we are here for each other. Got to Serrano's first home football game. Didn't get to the second one. And it was awesome. It was a great night. You're right. That student section is huge and loud and awesome. I was really impressed. From band to dance to cheer to the team itself, what a great night. Had so much fun, and do look forward to getting out there again. And finally, speaking to item 4 that we Dr. Holman went over tonight, I do fully intend, of course, to apply for Area 4 representation. Again, my apologies to us in creating this, I don't want to say additional work, because I think you're right, Member Colum. I think you're right that there is some big enigma of what an election is, and it's daunting and scary. And until you dive into it, and you're exposed to what all is involved, you don't know. And, it isn't advertised. And it won't be until things like this that happen that we go out to the community and say, okay, Area 4, you've got to elect somebody now. And that's the first time they're going to hear of an advertisement about the school board seat. So, very valid what you commented to, that we don't do it, and what's wrong with good representation. What's wrong with a good showing of people that are interested in wanting to help shape their district. That's fantastic stuff. That's why we're here. So, but in that spirit, I most certainly will be applying for Area 4. My apologies for the errors and omissions of my candidate filing package, but it is what it is, and I will move forward, and we will see what October brings around. So that is all that I have, and I will turn that over now to administrative comments. It will start with Mr. Miller.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Just start off, provide a little bit of cover to our school principals and the input that was solicited by our student board members. Really appreciate that. We did talk about, Kaylee and I talked about maybe an extended timeline for that. I'll do my part by working with the principals I work with. I know Ryan will, and Sean will as well, just to prompt them, to really encourage them to provide some input. But I know that they do get tremendously busy, and they would want to contribute to getting information out. But for any of our school principals that are watching, we will be talking about that and giving some friendly reminders to provide you the opportunity to get your brand out to all of us. And then going on to the Patriot Day ceremonies, both at Heritage and Pinyon Mesa Middle School, just both were excellent, very moving. Very well done. Just coming on the heels of 9/11 Remembrance Day and Patriot Day, I have a friend that I'm on Facebook with, and he put out just a really compelling post, very short, brief, but just saying, wouldn't it be nice if all of us remembered the day after 9/11 like we want to remember 9/11, and if to bring us back, those of us that were here, when we go back 21 years, that following day after that disaster, we saw American flags flying on all cars, those little mini ones. We saw just a lot of high level of unity and patriotism, and I thought his comments, they really resonated with me. And it would be great, especially in today's political climate and whatnot, that just we're so thin-skinned and really easy to jump on one another. It'd be nice if we thought back to the unity that we experienced 21 years ago. So my thoughts. Going on to my day today, got the chance to participate in an online conference with a National Center on Education and the Economy, NCEE. For some of you might remember, I participated in NISL a couple of years ago. I think finishing up last year. Yeah, it was.
I think
before
you
COVID.
Finished during COVID.
Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but this is their parent organization, and it's really interesting to really get outside of California, at least virtually, with administrators across the nation to see similar challenges that they're facing and different unique approaches that they're implementing to combat those challenges, and just to learn from other people outside of our state. So looking forward to continued participation in that. Looking on to going on to last item, it'll be, because I've already covered the Hanover A through G completion grant work that we were doing. I got the opportunity to say goodbye to Kevin Stewart at his memorial service this past weekend on Saturday. Very well attended. I knew Kevin for a long time, and it's really hard to see a friend and a colleague go, especially so early in life. Really feel for his family. They're just a wonderful family, and I just have to give just the greatest respect to Tina Stewart, who gave the eulogy. What a tough thing for a spouse to have to do, but under all things considered, it was just a nice tribute to his life, and just a very sad, but it's a very sad, but just positive goodbye to him in his life as he moves on to the next world. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do appreciate that. Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Thank you, Board Member Davis and Board Member Vilchis. I like that you said that, Mr. Hernandez, for your input. It is so important to all of us to hear, and so we can know best how to serve students and the staffs, that are out there doing their work. So thank you very, very much. This Mr. Buckley's piece that he added there spoke to a little bit what I was talking about earlier with staff. I mean, there's 4 teachers right there, preschool, transitional kindergarten, third grade, 4 at one school site since the first day of school. So there's just growth in different things which are good for us and good for the district, which is outstanding. I know, they've left, but wanted to say thank you to Mrs. Gleason, Denise Gleason, and her husband for being here tonight, and Denise for coming on board with us in a couple of weeks to be our director of purchasing. I was able to send an email to Karen Stevens and Denise Gleason's team, to the staff that they have there in purchasing and the warehouse and reprographics soon after you read out the action from closed session, as well as to the other directors, the classified directors that she'll be teaming up with, because I know they were all waiting to see who was going to get there. And then once I get a chance to actually send a text, I want to text Karen Stevens because I know she was waiting as well and may have been on at the very beginning of the meeting because she was very interested in who was going to be coming behind her. And she had very good things to say about both the finalists that were being considered. So exciting. And then also huge thanks to Mrs. Salazar, and great to see her husband and her daughter here supporting her because, like you brought up, but Flores, it is a family affair. For all of us to be able to serve and do what we do. So thank you guys very, very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Primo.
Thank you, President Hernandez. I would piggyback on what Member Behringer had indicated. Not only did the FFA at the high school have a drive-through event, but they also had a welcome back barbecue, and I was able to attend that. I know Member Colomb, and certainly Dr. Holman were able to attend. Seeing the leadership in action at Serrano was always impressive. As I was sharing that night, I don't always get a chance to see other agencies or organizations because my children were not involved in everything at Serrano, as you'd all expect. It was really impressive to see the student leadership, the way they went about their business, and the mentorship that goes along with the adults in FFA. So I commend the entire organization for kicking off the year with a welcome back barbecue. Great food. Oftentimes, we think we have to bring food in from somewhere else. They provided, in a true potluck sense, quite a lot of dishes that were delicious. So again, it was really nice to see students kicking off the year in a very positive way again. Thank you, Don, for all your good work with the organization, though, and your long-term support. I know that that's been a message that night in particular. Just a reminder as well, I'll piggyback on the leaders, as far as what we've said about them tonight and all of the joking we've done with them. Again, as we know, staffing has been a challenge in Snowline this year. And I just have to tell you, the way our leaders have stepped up, and I say that in so many different ways, principals, administration, obviously, they have the vision and the direction for the district at those schools. But their leadership teams, their teacher learning leaders, their classified leaders at the site where they say, hey, what needs to get done to do good things for kids? I just want to commend all the leaders in the district for a great start to a school year and probably a post-COVID challenge time that, we knew was coming, but at the same time, we're living it. And it's really remarkable to watch so many great people in action. And I commend them for that work. I want to remind everybody that this Saturday is the first of the many Saturday academies. If you haven't been aware of this, students who have an absence can actually clear that absence by attending on Saturday. Typically, it's a half day and in different formats around the school district schools. I know that Serrano oftentimes finds teachers providing tutoring in different subjects. Oftentimes the elementary schools and sometimes middle will provide additional, not only educational, but also fun and interesting ways. But these students who attend actually clear an absence. So that helps obviously on the district end of it, but for a student, they're also able to raise their number of days present by coming on a Saturday. So again, that is our first opportunity this Saturday, September 17th. Also, I will end with an HR spotlight. I commend the school board for your leadership in the fact that we needed to address what we knew to be statutory minimum wage impact on our CSEA salary schedule. I commend our CSEA leadership and our members for being able to work together to address, what needed to get done as a result of multiple increases over many years for minimum wage. Today, multiple school sites interviewed candidates for campus monitor positions, a position that's been quite a challenge to fill. They had over 12 candidates, and in talking to Miss Barber out at Vista Verde, it looks like we had outstanding candidates and are able to fill bring all of those folks moving forward in the hiring process with optimism that many of those positions will be filled. So again, it is having an immediate impact on our hiring and our staffing. So again, I commend your leadership as school board members. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And just checking Edjoin real quick, 65 openings. 65.
Hoping to close.
Minus, yeah.
Minus
Yeah.
12 some of those, yeah. Mrs. Stepp.
Yes, I also attended the new teacher gathering. It was fabulous. I will say that I received more than several comments, which several's for, but I got more regarding my salsa.
Yes.
So that made me
One
very
more comment,
happy.
One more comment, absolutely.
Second, Dawn, are you the one that smoked the meat for the, did you? Okay. Well, it was amazing. I am a fan of smoking meat, and your pulled pork was amazing. I loved it, as was everything
You're
that
very
you
good
served.
yourself. She's modest. She's very good herself. So that's a nice compliment, extra nice compliment.
The hiring process, I would, as we've all talked about it, you know, we have a rigorous hiring process here. And I've said many times on the interview panels that I have served on, I would not want to be at the other end of the table because we ask hard questions. And so keeping in line with the positions that we're filling, and especially those leadership positions that we filled tonight, just a huge congratulations to those who receive those positions, because as I said, it is just a rigorous process. Also, Kelvin Pulse data. I was pleasantly surprised that I received Kelvin Pulse data for those who work in our offices. And I loved getting it because I thought, okay, this really gives me some things to focus on as wanting to be that servant leader. So I'm appreciative of the data that we're receiving from that. It hits all of us as employees, and I really appreciate that. Smartphone work, hard topic, hard things that the Leadership Council is tasked with in getting that smartphone information and policy work that they're doing. It's a lot because it's different at all levels, at elementary, middle, and high school. So just a thank you to our Leadership Council for all that work that they've done so far. And then one of the things that really resonated with me today that we heard from an attorney was he made the comment that he works 24 hours for students. And I have to tell you, the people that your administration here, the board, I know you all work hard. Your senior administration here, I'm telling you, they work 24 hours for students. And just as Daniel said, you know, seeing Ryan's light on, just all the work we do on the weekends from information that we receive, if it involves the crisis team or an alarm going off or somebody is hurt, whatever it might be. I just give a big kudos to everybody because I appreciate all of their hard work.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Dr. Holman.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Love all the comments, concur with just all the beautifully articulated, wonderfully positive statements. Thanks so very much to all of you for sharing just that. I think the glass is half full for all of you up here, and I appreciate you making certain that those folks out there, all 8 of them or however many it is, or is it 3 now? I don't know, whatever it might be. To the throng in our, you know, there 5. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, 5.
It's getting better as I speak, right? From 3 to 5, and the throng in our, you know, in person. Honestly, love everyone, love all that's being done. Hey, to board members, Davis and Vilchis, again, I just want to reinforce how well you're both doing at such an early stage in the school year. Thank you for this document. And I want to say, you know, specific to what, you know, Alan Miller was talking about too. I do know though, while all of them maybe did not respond, the principals, They have great things going on, but also they're probably very timely too in terms of how they want to disseminate the information. But I'll put this out there too. I looked at Dennis Zimmerman over there. It might be of value to bring forth the directors too at times. What do you think? Because boy, I'm certain these board members would love hearing how transportation is going, how food services is, and so forth. So I'll make certain I get you those leaders as well, knowing that if it really actually works out well when not everyone's probably responding to the extent that, unless it's very short, it's going to be a lot of information. But we'll certainly articulate what you've told us here today. Thank you again, board members. You're just doing an outstanding job in that realm for sure. We thank you for being part of this. And then Nancy too. And speaking of PLC, right? We talked a lot about that. Nancy has her own PLC with all the secretaries. So we'll make certain at the school sites as well as departments, she gets that information. She meets with them monthly and they do that same PLC process. And speaking of the PLC process, I want to say a huge thanks to Robert Chacon. You talk about 24/7. He is one of those individuals doing that work too, like Nancy mentioned. And if you get to the website, he is regularly updating it with a graphic. And today what I'm going to highlight is that one on the left-hand side. I walked in here and CTE teachers were all together in their PLC, making certain that they were calibrating their great work around the career readiness realm. And so look, and you can see that snapshot. He builds those snapshots. One that we're very proud of, right? That our high school has more pathways than any other high school in I'd say stone's distance, but I'm talking about when you can throw it across this entire high desert mountain region and beyond. It's very, very impressive. Yeah. So I thank everyone for that great work. And I see, I feel bad the fact that Terry Morrow just left. I should have said this. I was saving it for toward the end. But Terry Morrow, Dan, and Don Fish, thanks for being here. I see two true pillars. I mean, I'm saying this in all seriousness, not to embarrass them, but true pillars in the community. We think about our community cabinet work that we used to do, right? God rest his soul, right? Charlie Johnson was really one who was leading that effort. But to Don Fish, Terry Morrow, those are two great examples of community leaders who we need doing what you do. So thank you for doing what you do. I guess my only disappointment is, I love the food that you gave me. And then I showed up at 4:00 today. I thought it was happening every single day that we get food. I guess that's not true. So I guess I'm thankful for the one that happened yesterday, despite the fact, you talk about a deluge. Well, I pulled up and every single FFA student was drenched, but still smiles on their faces, delivering outstanding food. It was just wonderful. But thanks for your great work as community leaders and all the CTE folks. I certainly appreciate that. I want to give a quick shout out to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. We have a new substation sergeant, Sergeant Rios. Got to meet him. It was great. I met him at, it was actually the CSD meeting where I present once a month, and he was presenting too. And he said, Ryan, anything you need, just let me know. Well, lo and behold, a couple days later, the Heritage School had a lockdown. And sure enough, we not only had our 4 officers respond immediately, we had 2 of his officers respond, plus a helicopter up top. I will share. You saw that it was ended up being a false report, but not a wrong report. I want to be really clear in that, right? The report was an individual walking near just right outside the boundaries with a gun. It ended up being a large stick. The individual was going for his walk, but better safe than sorry, right? And to have those seven law enforcement individuals respond that way, very, very powerful. Thanks to San Bernardino County. And actually, I met with another individual, a former graduate, Sarai Evans, who is a public relations deputy, and she was sharing with us all the resources that she can provide for us that can go directly to kids. And so that was incredibly powerful too. Thank you to Sarai. And that's once again our partners, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, to mention them like so many other partners who we have, and we're so grateful for. Back to 9/11, I was only able to make the Heritage one because I had to go to a county meeting with Ted Alejandre and other superintendents. But boy, thanks to all those, as you mentioned, Member Behringer and others did here. I think you're the first one to say, and a big thanks to Todd Anton. I just want to give a shout out to him, truly modeling how we serve others there. He does just an outstanding job among so many others here in the district, but he comes to mind, given that I was out there. That was a wonderful event. Greatly appreciate that. Thanks to Don Fish for sending one of your reporters out there to cover that. We always appreciate how you are very willing to market our ways here and share all the great things that are happening. So thanks so very much for that, Don. It was nice to meet Leandra, I think her name is, and she was in one of her first duties or roles, I think. So thanks for that, Don. We appreciate the support. And if I'm not mistaken, this month is September. That means Attendance Awareness Month. Strive for 5. Strive for 5 maybe 2 different ways, right? Less than 5 absences over the whole course of the year, but also strive for 5 days of on-time attendance each and every week when we do have 5 days, and that's most of the time, right? So please keep that in mind. Big thanks to Joe Scribner and Leslie O'Leary, who are attendance specialists who do outstanding work at the supervision of Kirk Strickland. Attendance matters, right? If we attend today, we achieve tomorrow. Strive for 5 is a great thing for us to keep in mind. And also during the month of September, self-awareness. I know I can get better at that. That's one of the 5 competencies, right? Self-awareness is the one that we're focusing on now. And so I thank our 3 health and wellness specialists, as well as our 3 social workers who called upon students, some of our own students in here in the video. I don't know if some of you got to see it, but students of our own board members and other staff members who were speaking to the power of self-awareness. And boy, there's no better message I find in any situation than one that comes from students who truly understand the importance of whatever they're talking about. And we certainly saw that in the video that was put forth. And again, this effort in September. If you need any resources, go to our website. Just look under self-awareness. There are countless resources that we can use for all of us to get better at self-awareness. And the more self-aware we are, the better we're going to serve, I think, not only as students, but also staff members too. So I'm just really excited about that. And I'll just end where a number of people have touched on this. I looked at you, Sean, you said it very well. Think about all the leaders, but just all the staff. We're down, anywhere between 6 and 8% in terms of staff members across the district right now, but probably less than that because 12 people we heard might be coming on board. But you think about that, just to get it to 100%, we've got to have all staff members working above 100% to get to 100%. That says a lot about this school district. And I'm just very grateful to work in it because I see so many of our staff members doing just that. They are doing the greatest work for our students in this community and not even being recognized probably like they should. So I'm just very thankful for everybody doing that work to get us to where we need to be. And that's for serving Kaylee, Rudy, and all roughly 8,000 students across our district. So thanks, President Hernandez, for letting me share all that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody's comments tonight. Very thoughtful, very kind. Okay, there being no further business to come before the board, I would accept a motion to adjourn. Nope.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. And there's a board member, Davis, your preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And by a show of hands, all those in favor? None opposed? We are adjourned.